reader board is the elapsed time from the start to the finish with a 10:44 at 128.21 miles per hour. Yes, in drag racing, we use miles per hour. You can do your own conversions up here in Canada, but for the NHRA, it's miles per hour. Robert McLean with a 25 Corvette C8 E-Ray, racing against Craig Coca in a 66 Chevy 2. Corvette first, 1086, 124. On August 7th, the Friday Night Street Legals is ladies' night with drift and drags going on. Ladies race for free. One of those 25 Corvette C8 E-Rays would be a fun car to race on ladies' night. Maybe go have a chat with Robert, swing a deal to drive that car. All right, Diesel will take you to lanes 5 and 6. Diesel, lanes 5 and 6. Hello, Shannon. All right, Diesel will take you to lanes 5 and 6. And Motorcycle to lanes 1 and 2. Till we get this right, we'll figure it out. Diesel to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycle lanes 1 and 2. Okay, they straightened me out from the staging lanes. We're going to move that around. Put motorcycle lanes 5 and 6. We'll get it right, you guys. Lanes 5 and 6 for motorcycle, and lanes 1 and 2 for Diesel. Oh, it's going to be mixed up, but that's okay. Diesel, make your way to the lanes. We'll figure it out. One way or the other. So Diesel and motorcycle have been called to the lanes. We're going to get them there shortly. And that puts Domestic on standby call. Domestic, get ready. You're getting a call out in just a couple of minutes. As mentioned earlier, not a lot of vehicles here yet, so you guys are virtually hot lapping. So every class on standby. But for now, Diesel and motorcycle should be in the lanes. And we're going to put Diesel after Outlaw, so it was a little bit of a short notice this round. Next round, we'll have more Diesels. Yeah, so Diesel will catch you on the next round. Not a lot of guys showed up. Short notice, our fault. But we're going to take Domestic to the lanes. Class call for Domestic to the lanes. Domestic to the lanes. Motorcycle up track, Paul Sidar, 937, 145 miles per hour. At the 8th mile, the bike was doing 119 miles per hour at the end of the bleachers with a 603. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic, you're called to the lanes. Final call for motorcycle. Looks like we're getting a couple of Diesels coming up. So final call for Diesel and motorcycle. And Domestic, you've been called to the lanes as well, 1 through 4. Darren Bowman out of Mission, BC. Another Mission neighbor. For all the Mission neighbors here tonight, welcome. And a big shout out to Mr. Lube and Tires here in Mission across from Rocco's Diner. They support and pay for your entry tonight. Mission residents getting in for free courtesy of Mr. Lube and Tires. Be sure to pay forward. Get your summer service at Mr. Lube here in Mission. Darren Bowman puts 925 on the reader board at 148 miles per hour. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Ralstein testing the bike tonight. 1.5 to 60 foot with an 08 reaction time. Eighth mile was 127 miles an hour with a 593. Finish line 895 at 161.87 miles per hour. Domestic, you're called to the lanes. Domestic, you're called to the lanes. Standby call for the Peterbilt Pacific Sport Compact class. Here's one of those diesel trucks. We'll probably see more of them as the rounds progress. Next round, we'll see more. They got a bit of a late call this evening. Diesels running this weekend. All right, we have about 10 domestic cars in the lanes. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. Very few cars at this point in the evening. Everybody's stuck in traffic. So domestic class, your final call to the lanes. Corvette or Camaro? Looks like Camaro. Close race. You bet. 1173 for the Camaro at 118 miles per hour. The 07 Corvette ran 108.12 miles per hour. 12:56 with the elapsed time. All right, class call for Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact, this is your call to the lanes 1 through 4. And standby call for Junior Street. Any Junior Street here tonight? In just a couple of minutes, you can start to lazily make your way to lanes 5 and 6. We'll give you an official call. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes 1 through 4. 2010 Camaro with the wind light, spectator side of the racetrack. Lord Cole Lane lays down a 1265 at 122 miles per hour. The S10 Tower Lane, 97.95 miles per hour, 14.14 the elapsed time. Now, if it's your first time at the racetrack, you may be focused more on the miles per hour. But for racers, especially in bracket racing, the elapsed time is really the marker for them. 13:47, beating a 15:45. Now the reaction time shows on the reader board when the truck at the start line takes off. Now that number is not added to the elapsed time. The elapsed time is a completely separate number. So the reaction time and the elapsed time, that's what we call a package. So in bracket racing, they try to meet the ET they predict on the window. And as close as they can get to their number, that number is added to the reaction time to combine the numbers to the entire package. In bracket racing, it's not uncommon to see a race won with a package of 020. These guys know how to do it. 12:21 for the Austin at 110 miles per hour. And 12:32 at 111. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. And Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Final call for Sport Compact and Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. $11.81 for the win at 116 miles per hour for Jay Bode. 2024 C8. Yeah, if you like Corvettes, hanging out at the Friday Night Street Legals pays dividends. And if you're wondering what I want for my birthday coming up, I'm size C8. ZR1 preferably, but I'll settle. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Outlaw. Standby call for Outlaw, Motorcycle, Sport Compact, all of you guys. It's a short rotation tonight, so you're all on standby. Be ready. But for now, Sport Compact and Junior Street, you should be making your way to the lanes. 11:29 at the reader board for Jen, doing 118 miles per hour with a 1980 Malibu. All right, final call for Sport Compact, final call for Junior Street. Make your way to the lanes. Wow, like a half a dozen Sport Compact. So, Outlaw, this is your call to the lanes. Standby call for Diesel. Outlaw, make your way to the lanes 1 through 4. Outlaw to the lanes. Diesel on standby. And Motorcycle, wait for the diesel trucks. Just give it a couple of minutes. We're going to put you in after the diesel. There was only 2 of them last time, and they showed up late. So just give them a couple minutes. Outlaw to the lanes 1 through 4. And Diesel. Make your way to lanes 5 and 6. No, hold on a second. We got in trouble with that last time. We're going to put Diesel behind Outlaw. Outlaw, get into the lanes 1 through 4. And then we'll wait till the Outlaw cars are there, and then we'll put the diesel trucks behind the Outlaw cars so that we can maintain lanes 5 and 6 for Motorcycle. Now, if you like the diesel trucks, you better be here tomorrow about 10 till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Diesel running all day long. Outlaw will take you to the lanes 1 through 4. So we're 15 minutes into the Friday Night Street Legals, and we're already on rotation number 2. So at this point in the evening, really low car count. So everybody be ready to virtually hot lap. This is when you can pound some good runs through. Outlaw, we're looking for you in the lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact class. Very few cars in the beginning of the evening. 17 seconds for that one. Proving you don't have to have a fast car to have fun at the Friday Night Street Legals. You can list multiple drivers for that same car and see who can get a 16 out of it. August 7th, ladies race for free. That's a good night to board Dad's Camaro. Or board Dad's Corvette, Michelle. Just saying. Now, if you're watching from home on Lordco TV, be sure to smash the like button all night long. We wish you were here, but we're glad you can watch from home. Big shout out to Lordco TV and everyone involved on putting together such a wild and great production. I want to welcome you to Mission Raceway Park. Living in the Lower Mainland, there are always so many cool things to do, and you chose to be with us here at Mission Raceway Park, the River Valley Ford drag strip. Big shout out. Thanks for hanging out with us. Mission Raceway Park is owned and operated by the British Columbia Custom Car Association, a nonprofit society since 1952, Canada's oldest hot rod club. And you're hanging out at the Mopac Performance Friday night street legal drag racing series, round number 8 of 14 for 2026. So shout out to all our sponsors, Mopac Auto Supply, Lordco Auto Parts, TCS, DeKalb and Ford, River Valley Ford, a brand new dealership in town sponsoring the drag strip. So we're running down River Valley Ford drag strip tonight, known as Farmer Lane. So welcome to everybody online and everybody here tonight. As we return to the quick cars at the Friday Night Street Legals, the cars running on slicks. Diesel, your call to the lanes. Diesel to the lanes, lanes 1 and 2, and motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Diesel, your call to the lanes, lanes 1 and 2, and motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. And with that, we have domestic on standby again. Everybody's hot lapping. It's a good feeling. At the stripe, 11:57. Chases down Craig Kokas, 11:75 at 115. The quicker car was 1:27 in the Tower Lane. Diesel, your call to lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle, your call to lanes 5 and 6. It's standby call for domestic. Tony Brand out of North Vancouver, BC, 1973 Nova. It's always fun to have a car that pulls the front wheels off the ground, ain't it, Tony? Cool car. Now, Tony races only the Friday Night Street Legals, not a bracket racer. Although he could do well with that car in bracket, he enjoys the Friday nights where it's a run what you brung, grudge match style drag racing series with nobody uptight, everybody just having fun. It's a great way to experience drag racing, get all your action out. Diesel, you've been called to the lanes, lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. You're hanging out at the tailgate party tonight, spectator side of the racetrack. You're having trouble hearing us. You can tune the FM dial to 92.7 to hear a broadcast of the PA. And I'm going to let you in on a little secret. There's a beer garden over here tonight. Right beside the bleachers. Across the Lord Cove Bridge, it's free to come over to the pit side tonight. Grab yourself a snack at the concession, a souvenir from the pro shop, and a nice cold brewski. No beer drinking if you're racing, though. So, diesel, you should be in the lanes. Motorcycle, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Diesel, lanes 1 and 2. So, waiting on diesel trucks to get to the lanes, we're going to run motorcycle ahead of diesel. So, last call for motorcycle. You should be in the lanes. And local Mission resident, Darren Bowman. 1.5, 60 foot. 8th mile at 6:03, 121 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers. Finish line for Darren, 9:29, 149.2. Now, Paul Sadar and Ken Christensen have been grudge matching the last couple weekends. Last weekend was on dirt bikes, where they were challenging each other to $1,000 a round. So I don't know if they're doing the same thing tonight. Paul, Tower Lane, Ken, spectator side. Final call for domestic to the lanes. Domestic class, this is your final call to the lanes. Sport compact at 5 and 6, you say? All right, domestic class, your final call to the lanes. Domestic class to lanes 1 through 4. Final call, and we're going to take Sport Compact to lanes 5 and 6. Sport Compact to lanes 5 and 6. Domestic lanes 1 through 4. All right, domestic class, making your way to the lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Junior Street and standby call for all classes as we hot lap early in the evening. At the Friday nights, if you want to grudge race one of your opponents, just make sure to show up at the end or at the back of your class. Inform the starter, the guy ahead of staging, and they'll pair you guys up at the start line. All right, now final call for domestic. And Sport Compact to lanes 5 and 6. You bet. So start line crew reminding folks to not have your air conditioning on. If you're racing tonight, please turn off your air conditioner. It drops moisture on the track. Moisture bad on the track. So please turn off your air conditioners in your ride if you're racing tonight. That goes for you too, motorcycle. No numbers on the spectator side. Driver messed up on the tree. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes, please. 5 and 6. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, if you have any Junior Street here tonight, you can make your way to the rear of staging as well. So Sport Compact, final call, Junior Street to the lanes. I made final call, Sport Compact, call Junior Streets to the lanes if they're here.
Sport Compact, one more comment to that.
Okay. So Sport Compact, I lied, this is your last call. They said give you one more call in case you're just making your way through the lanes. 11:41 and 13:64 on the reader board for that pair. The quicker speed was 117 on the Tower Lane. Remind racers that you have to keep your window rolled up while on the racetrack. Keep your window rolled up until you leave the racetrack. Jack Stout, it is 48 Austin out of Mission here. 12:17 the elapsed time. Quick truck, 110 miles per hour. That's pretty cool. And Cam Penner with the 06 Dodge Race with Doug ran a 14:87, slowing down a tiny bit from last weekend at 91.41. Check out online, Ride with Doug. Check that out online, and then go visit Doug and Cam and show your support. 1180 for Chase Cranmore. And 1518 showing on the reader board, spectator side of the track. All right, final call for Sport Compact and Junior Street. All right, class call for Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Class call for Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Standby call for motorcycle and diesel. Outlaw, you have been called to the lanes 1 and 2. The S10 turns on the wind light, 1430 beating a 1612. The lovely part about drag racing is you don't have to be the fastest kid in town. You just got to be faster than the person in the other lane. And that was the case that time for the S10. All right, up next, final domestic, Jay Bode out of Vancouver with a 2024 C8. What a gorgeous car. 11.88, 116 miles per hour. Make sure to tell Jay to grab the 100 mile per hour sticker tonight. Now moving into Sport Compact. Sport Compact is brought to you by Peterbilt Pacific. Now, if you're looking for a reliable trucking partner in BC, visit Peterbilt Pacific. Locations across the province, Peterbilt Pacific offers a full range of new and used Peterbilt trucks, along with expert parts and service support to keep you on the road. Their team also provides flexible leasing and financing options tailored to your business needs. Backed by decades of industry expertise, Peterbilt Pacific is committed to quality performance and dependable customer service. So visit Peterbilt Pacific, keeping your business moving mile after mile. 1564 for Peter and 1531 on the Tower Lane. That was it for Sport Compact. No Junior Street. Outlaw, up next. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. And motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Diesel, you're getting the call in like 2 minutes. Get ready. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Mopac Auto Supply sponsored Outlaw class. This is your call to the lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle, this is your call to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for diesel. And an early standby call for domestic. Well, not all the cars are showing up for each rotation. We're a little tight on the rotation. Hot lapping. They got to let the cars cool down a little bit. So Outlaw, that's your final call to the lanes. And motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. All right, Diesel, you're called to the lanes. Go to 5 and 6 behind the bikes. Diesel, you're called to the lanes. Lanes 5 and 6. So, bikes, you've been called to the lanes. That's your final call. Diesel, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. And Domestic, 1 minute out from your call to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Beautiful matchup. Here from the late 60s. Greg Coca in a 66 Chevy 2 and a 68 Cougar. Jeffrey Bellman out of Chilliwack. What a cool matchup. 1158 for the Chevy 2, 1177 for the Cougar. That right there is what separates us from all the other car shows. We run them. '57 wagon and a '73 Beetle. The '57 lays down a 1271 at 100.96. Come grab a 100-mile-an-hour sticker for that driver. 1041 for Kevin. 133 for the V-Dub. Anthony Walker with the 17 Audi racing Ross Walker with his 23 Vet. Look at the reaction time on the reader board. 0.6 separating them on the start line. 11:38 for Ross. 11:58 for the Audi. All right, Diesel Trucks, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Domestic, you're called to lanes 1 through 4. Domestic to lanes 1 through 4. Domestic, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Paul Sidar and Kent Christensen again facing off their little grudge match between Bad Kitty and Gone Aria. Mass Cycle Services, Paul Sidar out of Hope. There you go. 08 for Paul. Ken, 0.2. 1.5 to 60 foot for Paul Sidar, 120 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers with a 596 at the 8th mile. Reader board for the finish line, 927 with a 6 for Paul at 146. Ken slowing down, going to 82. Dwayne Stevens, 08 Hayabusa, racing Darren Bowman with the Kawasaki Ninja. Tower Lane. The Green Machine, the ZX 1400, recently purchased from Lee Gallant. This bike's been up the track a few times. Not a lot of mileage on it, but those were all a quarter mile at a time. It should be a good matchup. Grudge match, who gets there first? The black or the green bike? Hayabusa making up a bit of time. Is it enough? No, 927. For Darren, Dwayne goes 974. Domestic, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Standby call for a sport compact. Couple of the diesel trucks running this weekend, running tonight to get more data. A little bit of a grocery getter right now, but spectator side of the racetrack, tailgate party, get ready. There's a quick diesel up next. That one ran 15, but this next one's going to do better, I promise. Domestic, your call to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4 for domestic. Standby call for sport compact. Rob Getz, 07 Ford pickup truck, blowing smoke. Rolling coal, getting mosquitoes away from the start line. Fully staged, and away he goes. Eighth mile with a 7:47. Quarter mile, 11:69, 115.24 miles per hour. That was it for the diesel class in this round. Up next, domestic class. Nice sounding Camaro. $11.71 for ET. That's a quick car. 122 miles per hour. Tower lane was 16.28. Pickup truck, it's 1997 S10 with a 350 under the hood. Randy Dixon out of Surrey, BC. Jack Stout with the 48 Austin. $15.17 for the S10. Jack Stout was $13.76 at 64 miles per hour. It's Bowtie Mopac matchup. In the 2017 Camaro, Chase Cranmore first with 11.69 on the spectator side of the track. The Loico lane was 118 miles per hour. The TCS lane was 109 miles per hour with an elapsed time of 12:90 for Allen in the 09 Challenger. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. So a reminder that drivers need to be wearing full pants, full t-shirt, full shoes on the run. No sandals, no shorts, and no muscle shirts either. Sport Compact, this is your call to the lanes, lanes 1 and 2. Sport Compact to the lanes, lanes 1 and 2. The little S10 pickup trucks are quite a popular platform for drag racing. The V8 motor bolts in there real easy. And the Jeep Rubicon, not built for drag racing. What do you think he'll run for an ET? I was going to say 17, so 16.16, that's pretty good. 82 miles an hour from a Jeep Rubicon. 14.1 for the S10 at 98.19 miles per hour. Sport Compact, you should be in the lanes 1 and 2. Sport Compact to the lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street, you can make your way to lanes 5 and 6 if you're here. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Final call for Sport Compact. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6, and standby call for Outlaw. Outlaw, standby call. All right, Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. If you're going to show up, we're going to take Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. And motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. A 2018 Golf R. Those are really cool cars. All-wheel drive, little Volkswagen that was 102 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers. 127 miles an hour at the finish line with an 1108. What a quick car. That's so cool. 15.79 Tower Lane. Outlaw has been called to the lanes 1 and 2. Called them a few minutes ago. These guys are running out of gas, perhaps. We're hot lapping real quick, so everybody on standby. Outlaw to the lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for all other classes. Diesel, you're getting called out in just a couple of minutes. We need Outlaw to the lanes and motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Diesel. Well, we're virtually hot lapping tonight. Outlaw, you should be in the lanes. Motorcycle lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for all other classes. Diesel, you're getting the next call out in just a couple of minutes. Popcorn, cotton candy, barbecue, ice cream, right by the pro shop. Lots of extra treat here tonight and lots of bouncy stuff to play around with as well. And the beer garden. Fun night. Low car count, but lots of other stuff going on. Check it out. Spectator side of the track, it's free to come across the Lordco Bridge. All right, final call for Outlaw. If you want to skip around, This is your final call to the lanes. Motorcycle, your final call to the lanes. And Diesel, we'll take you to lanes 5 and 6. So Diesel, your call to the lanes. And just a couple minutes away from calling domestic. Well, this Friday night, one of the Friday nights we remember all year long. 80 degrees, hanging out, sun up late, super warm. Lots of folks hanging around at the Friday Night Street Legals. Good times. And tailgate party, get ready. Here comes the big bad outlaws once again. Motorcycle lanes 5 and 6. Diesel trucks to lanes 5 and 6. And domestic, you're called to the lanes 1 and 2. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class to the lanes. Standby call for Sport Compact. Tony Brandt. And Stephanie Lodwisk out of Robert Creek, BC with that 57 Chevy. Stephanie goes 100.69 miles an hour once again with a 1250. 129 miles an hour for Tony with a 1027. Domestic, you're called to the lanes. Domestic, you're called to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. Standby call for Sport Compact as we watch Paul Sidar and Ken Christensen face off once again. Nice sounding run for Paul. 928, 146 miles per hour. Been very consistent with that machine tonight. Ken Christensen ran at 1047, 141.42. That was it for motorcycle. Now up next, diesel truck. Oh, that was a junior. That's where we saw the 8th mile reading. 68 miles per hour at 10:33. When I say a junior, it's a new program in the NHRA a couple years ago called Junior Street, where kids as young as 13 years old, 13 years old can drive a car down the track. That big pickup truck could have been driven by a 13-year-old. The parent drives the vehicle through these pits, and in the staging lanes, the kid jumps in the driver's seat with the parent by their side, and they race the 8th mile, a very popular event, the Junior Street program. If you're not getting along with your 13-year-old, that will fix it. Check it out online, Junior Street, NHRA. Sutherland there first with a 13:53. All right, final call for domestic class to the lanes. Final call for domestic class to the lanes. Chase Cranmore's little Camaro's got a nice sound to it. Kind of stands out to me for some reason. 1172. 118.61 miles per hour. That's a cool car out of Surrey, BC. All right, Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact will take you to the lanes. Park yourself in behind the domestic cars. Lanes 1 and 2 for Sport Compact. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. And standby call for Junior Street. All right, the blue oval taking on the Dodge. River Valley Ford drag strip. Mustang gets there second. Mike Clark with the Dodge. Squeaks in a win. 1262, 109 miles per hour. The Mustang was 116 miles an hour by the slower ET. That's an example of why racers are so focused on the elapsed time over the mile per hour. Gorgeous car out of Chilliwack, BC, a 1983 Hearst Olds. Nice car. Go check it out in the pits. Beautiful interior, those cars. Tom Weston out of Langley with the well, I got wrong car on my screen here, so we're just going to go with Julian McLean. Cool. 1724. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. Hey, listen up in the pits. If you drive that gorgeous white old Chevy pickup truck, right close to the head of staging here, there's a gorgeous white pickup truck, and we need to move that white truck. Can you please come and move your old white pickup? Right close to the tower. Like 3 vehicles in. The white Chevy pickup. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2. Sport Compact to lanes 1 and 2. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. As we continue in the domestic class, a couple of nice cars, an 80 Malibu and a 24 C8. And the Malibu first. What do you know? 1145, 117 miles an hour for the 1980. The 2024 Corvette C8. Couldn't beat them. Went 1230 at 115. 12:08 for Aiden. 113 miles an hour, turning on the wind light. All right. Outlaw to the lanes. You guys are hot lapping, let me tell you. Outlaw to the lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. I'm a fan of these Volkswagens. 2022 VW Golf R. Nice car. 1084, 128 miles per hour. Tell Alexi we have a sticker that puts you in the 10-second ET class, and the 100-mile-an-hour sticker is a piece of cake for that car. That's cool. 1608, spectator side of the track for the 91 Integra out of Chilliwack, doing 89 miles per hour. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw to the lanes 1 and 2, motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. And that puts all other classes on a standby call. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6 puts diesel on standby. We were saying there's lots of cool stuff happening at Mission Raceway this evening on the pit side. You see the big slide and all the other air course in there. That's pretty cool. They got cotton candy, ice cream, a beer garden, and all kinds of activities on the pit side this evening. So make sure to check it all out. Outlaw, you have been called to the lanes. Mopac Auto Supply sponsored Outlaw class to the lanes 1 and 2, and motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes 1 and 2, motorcycle lanes 5 and 6. All right, diesel trucks, make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Diesel trucks to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for domestic. Standby call for domestic. Diesel trucks will take you to lanes 5 and 6. All right, tailgate party, here we go. The first matchup for Outlaw Cars, running on slicks, the Friday Night Street Legals Quick Cars. Watch Tony Brandt pull the front wheels off the ground. Tower side. That's cool. I remember celebrating when we were able to get the wheels off the truck, off the ground for the race truck. He has no problem with that car. That's cool. 10:30 for Tony, 128 miles per hour. Greg Coca goes 1592.61. I speculate likely had a passenger or a troubled run. Dodge Blue Oval matchup. Who's going to win this one, folks? The 18 SRT or the 68 Cougar? All right, Diesel trucks, your call to the lanes. Diesel, your call to the lanes. Little 68 Cougar, a little trouble on the line. Says it has a 289 under the hood. That little Cougar with the 289 goes 121 miles an hour. There's got to be some modifications to that engine if it's a 289. That's cool. 1083 for the SRT at 128 miles an hour for the Dodge. All right, Diesel, you should be making your way to the lanes. Diesel to the lanes. Ross Walker, Tower Lane, 73 V-Dub Beetle, K20 Turbo. Kevin Kaiser out of Surrey with the V-Dub. Some bragging rights right there when a 73 Volkswagen can beat your 23 Corvette. 1013 for the Bug, 1164 for the Vet. Stephanie Lodwick out of Robert Creek, BC, 57 Chevy. Having fun tonight. $12.83, 96.05. That was it for Outlaw. Now motorcycle. Diesel trucks up next. And we'd like to call domestic to the lanes. Domestic, your call to the lanes. Domestic, your call to the lanes. Domestic to the lanes, lanes 1 and 2. Standby call for Sport Compact. Domestic, your call to the lanes. Ralph Steen, Ken Christensen. Ralph having trouble with the launch a little bit. Would have been an easy win, but patience. Grasshopper, Ken Christensen, the turtle in the 2 is going to get there first. It looks like he's watching out for Ralph. Friends beat racing 1750 to an 1833. Domestic, your call to the lanes. Domestic, your call to the lanes. Domestic to the lanes. All right. Spectator side of the racetrack, one of the quick diesels from this weekend is going to make a pass on the spectator side of the track. Big black diesel pickup truck making his way to the beams, getting ready to put on a good show for you. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes, lanes 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Standby call for Sport Compact. Domestic to the lanes. Moving. 1.4 to 60 foot. The 8th mile at the end of the bleachers was 114 miles an hour with an ET of a 609. At the finish line, slowing down a little bit, 102 miles an hour. So not a full pull with a 10:22. Watch out for full pulls tomorrow. The whole day full of diesel trucks. Hope you can make it out to join the party. Domestic class, you should be in the lanes. Domestic class, you should be in the lanes. Final call for domestic. $13.92 at 99.34 for the win light. Can I have your attention in the pits, please? If you drive an old white Chevy pickup truck and it's parked fairly close to the tower in the pit side, we need you to move that white pickup truck, please. That white pickup truck, about 3 vehicles in from the tower on the pit side, the old Chevy. Can you please move your white truck? All right, a matchup between Dodge and Ford. Dodge up front at half track. And at the finish with a 12:48, a slower 12:48 than the 12:43 on the tower lane. The difference was the reaction time for the Challenger. That was a whole shot win for the Dodge over the Ford. The Ford was faster for ET, but a better reaction time and a heads-up drag race put the Dodge up first. Well, the newer Camaro was going to take care of that older Camaro. Chase Cranmore, 1170 for the win light, 118 miles per hour. The older Camaro was 1609. There's a cool matchup. An old Dodge and an old Chevy, an old Pontiac. Nice looking Dodge. And a decent matchup. Good grudge race. 1182 beats an 1191. That was cool. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Calling Sport Compact to the lanes. Currently running domestic class, and we're looking for Sport Compact, brought to you by Peterbilt Pacific, to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. Trevor Ono for Chuck goes 11:45, 110 miles an hour. Tower Lane, 1862. Yeah, Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. There's that gorgeous 83 Hurst Olds out of Chilliwack once again. Gorgeous car. $15.30 for Randy. Julian with the Hurst Olds ran a 1681. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. And Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Sport Compact to the lanes. All right, license plate XK7852. That's the plate on that white pickup truck that we're trying to have moved. The old Chevy. 1950s Chevy pickup truck. He's moving it now. Thanks, buddy. Woohoo! All right, that's the way we do it. Sport Compact. Well, no, we need you to move it out of there, not just move it back and forth. Can you move that white pickup truck from that area, please? All right, Sport Compact, we're looking for you in the lanes. Not many of you there. One so far. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. All right, then. Sport Compact. You want to play? We'll call Outlaw. Outlaw to the lanes, please, and thank you. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. And motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. 1 Sport Compact. Wow, 91 Integra. Now, if you're having trouble hearing us in the pits, you can tune us into the FM dial on your car at 92.7. That might help. So I don't see any Junior Street. And we've called Outlaw to the lanes. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. And standby call for Diesel. And every other class on standby. All right, tailgate party. A few of the Sport Compact cars have shown up, so here we go. A match up with another Volkswagen. And a gorgeous Nissan, it says on my screen. Is that a Nissan? It's a Mercedes. Yeah, I thought that's a good-looking Nissan. No, it's a Mercedes. It says, you know, what it says on my screen doesn't matter. We're just going to look out at it. So the Mercedes or the Volkswagen, who gets to the top end first? Good grudge match. The winner gets a free round of beer from the loser. Oh, look at this. Volkswagen. So the reaction time is what you see up on the board right now. Ouch. 1406, the ET for the Volkswagen. 1175 at 127 miles an hour for the Mercedes. That's a quick car. That was it for Sport Compact. All right, outlaw class coming up next. Motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6. And diesel truck, put yourself behind the motorcycles. Muscle car, spectator side of the track, driven by Adam Muscle on a Chilliwack 2018 SRT. Stephanie Lodwick out of Robert Creek, BC with that gorgeous 57 Chevy station wagon, grocery getter. $11.17 for the muscle car. $13.06 for the Robert Creek car. All right, up next. All right, those bikes kind of snuck through there. I think they felt the pressure of the diesels parked behind them there, but we have a couple more outlaws coming your way. If you're on the spectator side of the racetrack at the tailgate party, I want to remind everybody, Mission Raceway Park at the Friday Night Street Legals is a family event. So we ask you to please refrain from open use of drugs and alcohol at the Friday Night Street Legals. And a rare thing that we have tonight, we have a beer garden. We don't have that every Friday night, but if you'd like to have a beer, we have a beer garden on the spectator side of the track and a little barbecue going on as well with ice cream, cotton candy, all kinds of treats. So stop by and check it all out on the pit side of the track. It's free to cross the Lord Cove Bridge. Look forward to seeing you over on this side. And Bill Wells, this guy's been racing at Mission Raceway Park for over 50 years. If you'd like to get some pointers about drag racing, go visit Bill Wells. He knows all the tricks, all the ins and outs. Be happy to share them with you. Bill Wells went 106 miles an hour with the old Malibu. And up next, Junior Street. Now, Junior Street. This is Junior Street, yeah? I was confused. It might have been the diesel trucks. But Junior Street is a class in the NHRA of kids 13 to 17 years old racing. 13 years old. Huh. Maybe you could swing a deal for your parents. Next season, be racing Junior Street if you can pick your marks up this year. Good way to get along with your kids, for sure. Can you imagine driving those trucks at 13? I will call domestic. Domestic, they're looking for you in the staging lanes. Class call for domestic to the lanes. Domestic class to the lanes. Domestic class, your call to the lanes, and standby call for sport compact. Domestic to the lanes. Domestic class, we're looking for you in the lanes. Domestic class to the lanes 1 and 2. Domestic class to the lanes 1 and 2. Domestic class, looking for you in the lanes, please. Domestic class to lanes 1 and 2. Standby call for Sport Compact. You're getting a call out in like 2 minutes. Be ready to react to the calls. Domestic, we're looking for you in the lanes. A little slow getting cars back to the lanes tonight. Not a lot of cars here this evening. Pretty quick rotation. Everybody virtually hot lapping, getting their laps in good and early. But when you have a little break in the action like that, it gives you a good chance to read the signs at the track. All these signs are current sponsors, not leftover signs from last year. So we urge all racers to pay forward. Read the signs and make sure you stop by those businesses and then say thank you for supporting Mission Raceway. And here we go. Domestic cars. Tailgate, domestic cars coming your way. We got about 12 cars behind a tower, so we're going to be calling Sport Compact in 1 minute. Domestic, your final call to the lanes 1 and 2. Dell James on a nice run with the 83 Mustang. 1165 for ET at 121 miles per hour. 1681, tower side. Nice looking matchup, an old new Camaro and a new Dodge. Reaction time, twice as good for Chase. 1173. Quicker ET and a quicker speed of 118 as well. All about the Camaro on that pass. Race with Doug, spectator side of the racetrack. Cam Penner behind the wheel. Trying to make the car go quicker than 14 seconds so that they're forced to sell it. Check it out online. Ride with Doug. Race with Doug. Jay Bode, finish line with a 12:30, 1:14. 14.91 for Cam, 91.46. The race with Doug Dodge slowing down a little bit. Want to speed it up. We sure can. Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Mike Laguerre, 1446 to a 1626. Jack Stout, John B. out of Chilliwack with the 79 Firebird. Based on previous runs, we expect the Austin to get there first. But with Friday night drag racing, grudge match, reaction time can play into it. Let's see if the 79 Firebirds got a hope. No, reaction time goes to Jack. We know that Boomin' Austin's going to rip to the top end of the track, puts down 12:51 to a 14:04. Sport Compact, you have been called to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. Little pickup, big pickup. What do you think? Who gets to the top end first? The little S10 or the full-size Chevy? Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. And standby call for Junior Street. And a little S10 first, 15:27, beating a faster 14:81, courtesy of reaction time. Whole shot win for the S10. That's a beautiful Corvette. Often debate, would you buy an old Corvette or a new Corvette if they were exactly the same money? The older one would hold its value and go up in value. The newer one would be a whole lot of fun to drive to New Brunswick and back. Hard call. 14.03 for that beautiful Corvette, doing 95.70 miles per hour. Now, the car not doing 14 seconds, driver wouldn't require a helmet, except convertibles. Regardless of ET, you require a helmet. Sport Compact. Final call to the lanes. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Sport Compact. Final call. Standby call for Outlaw. Motorcycle and Diesel. Standby call. All right, final call for Sport Compact and Junior Street. Junior Street, final call to the lanes. All right, class call for Outlaw. Outlaw to the lanes. Outlaw to the lanes, lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Diesel. Outlaw to the lanes. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. And standby call for Diesel. Alexandros with a 2018 Golf R. That's such a cool car. 10.94, 128.1 miles per hour. That's moving. Little Integra was 15.75 at 109 miles per hour. That's a good speed for a run of 15. It's a 2019 Audi, spectator side of the racetrack, doing 1064, 129 miles an hour. The end of the bleachers, that car was already doing 104 with a 688 at the 8th. Little Civic goes 1657, but 101.06 miles per hour. Tell Cade Steen to come grab a sticker in the tower for the 100 mile per hour club. Another Volkswagen Golf R, Tower Lane. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Outlaw and motorcycle, you have been called to the lanes. Outlaw and motorcycle to the lanes. 1196 for the Mercedes AMG. 126 miles per hour for Stefan. That was moving. 18.78 Tower Lane. 61 miles an hour. So Outlaw and motorcycle, you've been called to the lanes. Diesel, you're getting the call out in 2 minutes. So a lot of folks like coming to the Loafers Langley Old Time Drags, which are July 31st to August 2nd, so next weekend. A lot of those racers only come out once a year. Big, huge car show going on in the pits. Old-time 50s music playing on the PA. The announcers having fun with all the racers, and the Loafers Langley Old Time Drags next weekend, July 31st to August 2nd. That is a very cool event, really cool car show. Make sure you show up next weekend for that one. And then, of course, jet cars are returning this year. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, August 20th to 23rd. And with River Valley Ford Drag Strip and River Valley Ford stepping up, we just wouldn't be the same without having a Mega Ford Day. And that's August 29th. Take a picture of the side of the tower. It's got the schedule up on a big banner. Or grab a schedule at the pro shop before you leave tonight. If you can't find one there, they are available online. Lots of great racing coming your way this year still. We are currently running Street Legal number 8 with 14 scheduled. The next one, August 7th, is Friday Night Street Legal Drift and Drags. Also, Ladies' Night, where ladies race for free. Fun night, great opportunity for a first date. So hope to see you on August 7th as well. Now, if you're not into drag racing, but you'd like to road race your car, this year we've opened up the road course to the Street Legal Racing Series as well. And that is August 5th, the next Wednesday night, Street Legal Road Course. It's $130 to race all night long with up to 20 minutes on the track at once. A fun night and a good way to try out your vehicle through corners. Try it out at the drag strip for $50 and then race it at the road course for $130 in the same week. All right, Outlaw class lined up behind the tower, ready to go. We're going to pull them up for you folks, followed by motorcycle. Diesel, you can make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Diesel to lanes 5 and 6. I just called Diesel to lanes 5 and 6 as well. All right, tailgate party, get ready. Here comes the big bad Outlaws. Gorgeous matchup. 1968 Cougar and a 66 Chevy 2. If you're watching online on YouTube, Lordco TV, this is where you smash the like button. A couple of old hot rods racing. It's definitely what separates us from other car shows. As mentioned a few minutes ago, next weekend is an ultimate car show. So what do you think, the blue oval or the bow tie? Nice matchup. Who's buying the next round? And that would be the person that chose the Chevy 2, because the 4 getting there first, 11.16 to an 11.52. The Cougar was 122 miles an hour, and the Chevy 2 was 115 miles an hour. Reaction time also belongs to the Cougar. Tony Brandt and Kevin Kaiser. Front wheels off the ground for the Nova. And staying ahead of Kevin with the Volkswagen. Kevin not seeing any numbers for the Volkswagen, messed up on the tree. Tony Brown was red light by 0.2. Friday Night Street Legals doesn't matter. Still got the win light. 10:25 got there first. In bracket racing, Tony would have been disqualified because of that red light. But he would have still won that race because Kevin Kaiser messed up on the tree and didn't see any numbers. He who fouls first or he who fouls worst. Ross Walker taking a single pass with the 23 Corvette, going 11.94. 117.43 miles per hour. Ralph Steen pitching his chain. Dwayne Stevens on a single pass. Spectator side of the racetrack, single run for Dwayne Stevens. It's an 08 Hayabusa without an extended swing arm. And he ran 984 at 151 miles per hour. So go pick yourself up a Hayabusa somewhere. Come hang out with us at the Friday Night Street Legals and drive 151 miles an hour and 1,320 feet. That's fun. All right, diesel trucks, you should be in the lanes. Diesel trucks, if you want to make a pass, you should be in the lanes. And we'll take domestic class to lanes 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Domestic class to the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Class call for domestic. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class to the lanes 1 through 4, and standby call for sport compound. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Standby call for sport compound. Isaac on a decent run. How about 11:39 at 121 miles an hour? Pair of green bikes. Darren Bowman and Ken Christensen. This should be an excellent matchup. Really good grudge match. So what do you think? Ken, the school teacher, on the spectator side of the track, or Darren Bowman from Mission, Tower Lane? Right now, I would go with Ken. Oh, he's getting back on the bike. Okay, well, maybe Darren. What do you think? Who's going to get there first? Good grudge match, top time. You and your friends, you and your kids sitting in the bleachers. Who's going to get there first? Tower Lane or Spectator? I'll go with Tower Lane. I don't have any insider information. This is a very close race. Well, Darren Bowman waiting for the light to turn green to put it in first. But still getting there first. 10-11. How'd that happen? I don't know. Ken Christensen was only 61 miles an hour at 14 seconds at the finish line. So bad kitty. Watching out for his friends and waiting for him at the finish, giving the win to Darren Bowman at 10-11. That was it for motorcycle. Now in domestic. Domestic, you should be in the lanes. Well, that's a nice sounding pickup. Brandon Newport out of Maple Ridge, BC. That cool pickup. A 2010 Ford GT500 Tower Lane. That's a nice car, too. Nice matchup. Unfortunately, Brandon's smoking the tires, not getting the traction he's looking for. Carl taking advantage of that. And your Ford Mustang getting there first. Nice car. Goes 1370 at 84. All right, I know we're not allowed to pick favorites, but this Corvette is kind of up at the top tonight. This car is a beautiful car. Man, that's so gorgeous. If you're walking around tonight, make sure to stop by in the pits and tell the driver how cool that car is. I'm sure he knows, but he loves to hear it. Cool. And that beautiful Corvette ran a 1401 at 95.7 miles per hour. And the big pickup truck ran a 1486 at 96. Well, domestic class, the biggest class here tonight. Probably got about 15 cars behind the tower this time. Right now, the Jeep Rubicon. Robbie Cannon out of Abbotsford, BC. Tower Lane, Brad's not going to see numbers, messed up at the start line. But the Jeep ran 16.08 at 83.43. All right, the Blue Oval taking on the bow tie once again with the Mustang racing a Corvette. Pair of white cars, nice and clean on the start line. So you're going with the Mustang or the Corvette? And the Corvette, with the win, puts 1231 on the reader board. And the Mustang was 1299. Reaction time also belonging to the Corvette. All right, a little Dodge Challenger taking on a Silverado. 6-liter Silverado. 6-liter Silverado. Taking care of the 2019 Challenger. That was a good race. 12:55 to a 12:53. The slower Silverado getting there first, courtesy of a whole shot win. Better reaction time. '24 C8 Corvette 09 Pontiac G8. The C8 beating the G8 1281 to a 1367. That Pontiac is a very cool car. If you're walking around in the pits tonight, check that thing out. Look under the hood. Small car with a big V8. And a Pontiac. So when they discontinued Pontiac, it's going to make it a collector sooner. That'll be a cool hot rod to own, for sure. Nice matchup. And Chase Cranmore with the Camaro getting there first. 11:93 at 117 miles per hour. The Challenger was 12:75 at 110. Spectator side of the track with the win light, 12:07, beating a 14:43. Sport Compact to the lanes. Class call for Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact, make your way to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. 11:21 for Del James with the Mustang doing 122 miles per hour on the spectator side of the racetrack. Yuta Mooney, 101 miles an hour with a 1392 in the TCS lane. Tower Lane running away with this one, 13-11, beating John Kramer's 77 Camaro's 16.15. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Sport Compact, lanes 1 through 4. Jack Stout with his stout little 48 Austin running to the top end of the track first with a 12:15 at 110. Tower Lane was 16:81. Sport Compact to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Oldsmobile taking on Firebird. Firebird from 1979 to Hurst Olds from 1983. The first year of that body style was 1978. 1983 on track now. And the 79 Firebird reaching the top end stripe first with a 14:17. The Hurst Olds at 16:63. Nice old Chevy. Old Chevy pickup truck, tower side. And a 1998 Dodge with Daniel Cavas out of Abbotsford. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Outlaw. And the old Chevy getting there first, looks like. The old Dodge chasing hard. Can he catch him? Ooh, at the finish line, it's a close one. 1526 for the old Chevy. 1582 for the Dodge. Tailgate party, you're looking pretty good.
This guy's window's open.
So tailgate party over on this side of the track tonight. There's a special barbecue going on. They have a concession with cotton candy and lots of ice cream and a beer garden this evening on this side of the track. Make sure to visit the pit side. It's free to cross the Lordco Bridge. The old hot rod tower side of the racetrack. Having fun, drag racing down the River Valley Ford drag strip. And Farmer Lane going 1869 at 71.83. All right, Sport Compact up next. Final call for Sport Compact to the lanes. Final call for Sport Compact. And final call for Junior Street. Outlaw, you're 1 minute away from getting your call. All right, Outlaw class to the lanes. Outlaw to the lanes. Outlaw to the lanes. 1189 for the win. For the Mercedes, doing 125 miles an hour on the spectator side of the racetrack. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. Motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes, and motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Well, nice sounding Audi, tower side of the racetrack. Rowan Boychuk out of Abbotsford goes to 1070 at 128 miles an hour. That's moving. Little Mazda RX-7, 19.16. So currently running a Sport Compact class brought to you by Peterbilt Pacific, followed by Junior Street. Kids 13 to 17 racing up track to 8th mile. They're coming up next. Future of the NHRA. We've called Outlaw to the lanes and motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6 behind Junior Street. So a really cool thing in British Columbia is the veteran license plates. And you might see somebody in front of you that's in their 20s with a veteran plate. Well, that's very likely their plate. A lot of our veterans not so old anymore. A lot of activity in the world, a lot of active duty for folks. So for all of those veterans here tonight, we want to welcome you to Mission Raceway Park and thank you for your service. And for all race fans, when you see a veteran plate in front of you at the drive-thru, go ahead and pay for that veteran's drinks. Pay back a little bit, but any chance you get to meet a veteran, make sure you say thank you for your service. The freedom that we enjoy at the track is courtesy of what they did for us. So let's stand behind them as well, welcoming them to the racetrack and thanking you for your service. Welcome to Mission Raceway Park to all veterans. Junior Street, Douglas Kavas, racing with Dad. Dad's been racing here for years, and Douglas stepping up to the plate this year. Tony Mitchell goes 987, and Douglas Kavas was red on the tree 02. Ran 1271 to a 987 for Tony. That was cool. Junior Street, run to 8th mile, run in the bracket weekends, an exhibition on the Friday Night Street Legals to introduce the sport of drag racing to all the 13-year-olds here tonight. Now, if you'd like to race your family car down the track, look it up online, Junior Street. Maybe swing a deal with your parents. So a little bit of track prep heading ahead of Outlaw class, which have been called to the lanes. Outlaw and motorcycle ready to run in just a few minutes. What you see happening on the start line right now is a little bit of track prep ahead of the Outlaws. The car's running on slicks. Brian taking a little time to spray down some more adhesive on the track. If you were to walk out on the track right now with a pair of sandals, your sandals would fall right off your feet. Super sticky, just like gum on the start line. That's why the cars do the big burnouts in the water box. And of course, that's just water, nothing else in the water box. They do a big burnout in the water box. They heat up their tires. They're running on slicks. And then with all that sticky compound on the start line, that's where you see the front wheels come off the ground. These racers appreciate how sticky the track is and would never race in the street. No sense in it. No traction. So be smart like the racers. If you want to go racing, race here at Mission Raceway Park, the River Valley Ford drag strip, and Farmer Lane. If you're more into the road course than drag racing, we also have that available for you as well with the Wednesday night Street Legal Road Racing Series. August 5th, the next Wednesday night here at Mission Raceway. Stop by and check it out. See if it's something that might work out for you. Whatever it is, whatever your flavor of racing, we urge you to do it on the track and never horse around on the street. Big shout out to all our sponsors and to all the race fans here tonight. By your presence here tonight, you make these racers feel proud for racing on the track. Nothing proud when you're racing on the street. People looking down on you. With that in mind, when you leave the facility tonight, make sure you show that you got the message and leave quietly and courteously. Don't make lots of noise or race away from the track or be doing any burnouts. That shows no respect. And it's not appreciated. Last few Friday nights have been really good. Nobody racing away, and that's super cool. So we thank everybody for that, and we hope you continue with that for the rest of the year. Law enforcement in Abbotsford, Maple Ridge, and Mission know when racing gets out And they realize it's always one or two that don't get the right message. So they're watching for you. I've heard of as many as 3 separate places on Highway 11 between here and Abbotsford with radar after a Friday night street legal. So play it cool on the street, play it safe, use your road sense, and if you want to race, we'll see you here August 7th for Ladies' Night, Drift and Drags. Ladies racing for free. A fun night, a packed house, and a good time had by all. A great opportunity for a first date. Now, if somebody brought you here tonight on a first date, that person is a keeper. They know where to go and have fun, cheap, lots of families and cool people hanging out, people playing by the rules and having fun here at the racetrack. The person that brought you here tonight is so cool. And hopefully we see you again on another date night on August 7th. So, Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes. We're looking for you. Outlaw in the lanes. Lanes 1 and 2 for Outlaw. Motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6. So, final call for Outlaw to the lanes and final call for Motorcycle to the lanes. Diesel. Make your way to lanes 5 and 6 and park not too close to the motorcycles. You made them nervous last time, but park behind the bikes in lanes 5 and 6. So Diesel, make your way to lanes 5 and 6. And that puts all other classes on a standby. Domestic, Sport, Compact, and Junior Street, you're all on standby. Outlaw, you should be in the lanes. Motorcycle, you should already be in the lanes. And we'll take Diesel to lanes 5 and 6 behind the bikes. Final checks at the track. Back to racing in just a couple of minutes. So if you're watching online on Lordco TV, be sure to smash that like button. And we're seeing people report in from all over the place. Seeing people a couple weeks ago saying hello from Japan. Tonight from Oregon, from East Tennessee. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Mission Raceway and Lordco TV. Mission Raceway located in Mission, BC, a Division 6 track, being Division 6 track of the year multiple times. NHRA racetrack right here in Mission, BC, the real deal. Mission, a quaint little community of around 40 or 50,000 people just outside of Vancouver, east of town, east of Maple Ridge. A beautiful small community with an LRT, our train system that runs to downtown Vancouver every morning and back at the end of the day. Recently completed 4-lane highway between here and Maple Ridge. Makes the commute a lot better. Big hats off to all the people that worked on that. Mission, a great place to live with lots of lakes, a ski hill within an hour. Lots and lots of activity. Beautiful place to live with the Fraser River. Lots of beautiful development, new homes, a big industrial area, great place to live. Some of the best real estate value in the entire Fraser Valley. Check it out, great place to live. Get a hold of Remax Realty, with more than 17 local teams to help you find exactly what you're looking for. Set up your business in the new industrial area, buy yourself a nice new townhouse up in Silverdale. Lots of new development, lots of great opportunity, apartments, condos, homes, acreage, and business opportunities as well. Welcome to Mission. And we have an NHRA Division 6 racetrack, by the way. And here we go. Spectator side of the racetrack, Outlaw coming your way. '08 BMW and a '57 Chevy wagon. Chevy wagon first, 1165 at 114 miles an hour. Cool. Stephanie really picking up on that one. You got to come grab the 11-second sticker now. I gave you a 12 last time. So I just gave Stephanie an 11-second sticker for that 57 Chevy, and I said, hey, I've got a 10-second sticker too. And they said they're coming for it, so let's see. Look forward to seeing Stephanie back with the 57, looking for that 10-second sticker. That's a cool car. They're all cool here tonight. Even this 96 Camaro without a hood or fenders. Getting a little bit carried away with the weight to horsepower ratio, maybe. Nah, screaming 73 V-Dub Beetle with a K20 turbo engine. Kevin Kaiser out of Surrey. The Volkswagen goes 9.93. Unbelievable. At 132 miles per hour. The Camaro was 109 with 1284 on the reader. And Ross Walker up next out of Langley with the Preston Chevy 23 Corvette. Little wheel spin for Ross. Dropping his 60-foot to a 2-second pass. 8th mile, 796 at 94 miles per hour. At 12:11 at 117 at the top trap. That's it for Outlaw running into motorcycle. Next. And Diesel. Last call for Diesel trucks. Lanes 5 and 6. Last call for Diesel. All right, Paul Sidar facing off with Dwayne Stevens this time. Reaction time goes to Paul Sidar for certain, and 05. The Street Legals, that's a decent light. Ran a 942 at 144 for speed. Dwayne Stevens was at 153 miles an hour, was faster, but a 958 was a lower ET, or a bigger ET, and the ET being the important part of that equation, putting Paul up first. And here's the two green machines facing off once again. lane with the wind light. 934, 1038. All right, our final bike, Tower Lane. Hey, listen up, folks on the bridge. We can't have you spectating from the bridge, so if you could move along, that would be really nice. Thanks, folks. All right, final bike.
Copy. Okay, I've got you on this radio. Sorry again about that.
All right, single pass for the motorcycle, Isaac Hazelton out of Mission, BC. Cool machine. Thank you. Domestic, you're called to the lanes. Domestic, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, this is your call to the lanes and a standby call for the Peterbilt Pacific Sport Compact class. You're on standby. Domestic will take you to the lanes. Domestic class to the lanes. So, domestic, you've been called to the lanes and standby call for Sport Compact. If you're hanging out at the tailgate party, make sure you pop over to the pit side tonight. We have a beer garden and cotton candy and ice cream as well. A little outside barbecue, the concession stand, the pro shop, and lots of cool cars for you to check out. There's a big slide, a big air obstacle course that I see in there. It's pretty cool. Check it all out. Pit side tonight, lots of activity. And all that fun stuff is running tomorrow for Diesel Day as well. So it's going to be a great day at the track. Hope you can make it out. All right, tailgate party. Top end of the racetrack, spectator side of the racetrack. You guys are looking good tonight. Running diesel or running domestic your way next. And diesels. Cool. Rob Getz, you're needed at the top end of the track, please. Rob Getz to the top end of the track. Rob Getz, they're looking for you at the top end of the track, please. All right, a pair of Dodges. And a pair of Dodges. A Challenger and a Charger. we're getting a bit of smoke off the tires, not enough heat. Tower lane running away with it. Goes 1274 at 109. And the Charger was a 1365 at 94. Hearing a little bit more about tomorrow, it's going to be a fun day here. There's a point where they're racing motorhomes, diesel and gas. All kinds of fun racing going on tomorrow, not just the diesel trucks. It'll be a fun day with all those activities in the pits remaining for tomorrow. Be sure to stop by and check it out. Rob Buchanan first. 1611. Tower lane not seeing numbers. Messed up at the start. Well, seems to be our biggest class here tonight, domestic class with a bunch of cars behind the tower. See, there's like 20 of them. Malibu first, 1:18:11:53, the elapsed time. Tower lane was 13:16 at 109. Standby call for Sport Compact. You're getting the call in just a couple of minutes. Gorgeous pickup truck from 2026. Andrea Newnham out of Langley, racing a Camaro on the spectator side of the racetrack. Shannon giving them a little hand to get into the beams. Ready to go. Pickup truck is now fully staged. And the green light is on. Reaction time showing on the reader board. Both drivers over a full second. But fairly close to each other in that respect. But at the finish line, the big pickup truck from 2026 wins with a 14.79, beating an 18.39. Brandon could keep the traction this time. Yeah, held on to it. That's going to make a difference at the finish. Mr. Newport posts 13.95 at 99.27 on the reader board. Matt Dawson goes 14.50 at 99.38 with his S10. Chevy, Dodge matchup, grudge match. Who gets there first, folks? The Corvette or the Dodge? Who's quicker? Grudge match. .3 to a .7. Corvette takes off first, stays up front the entire length of the track, goes 12:43, beats the 12:59. Nice matchup, really boiling down to reaction time. The fun at the Friday Night Street Legals. Weight to horsepower ratio, these big, heavy pickup trucks take quite a bit of horsepower to put down a good number. For one of these trucks to go 100 miles an hour, that's impressive. Let's see what these two fellows can do. Daniel Kvass, a little bit of trouble with the big Dodge pickup truck. spectator side of the racetrack. The old Chevy on this side of the track, no problem. 14-13 at 95.68.
We got a broken truck.
Shannon on the start line saying we're going to hold those guys up. This truck broke. So we're going to have to back the truck out. They've called for the quad to come down and give a hand to pull the truck backwards, so it's just going to be a couple of minutes. Thank you for your patience, but this is an opportunity for you to catch up on your reading. And read all the signs here at the track. Those are all sponsors we are so very proud of. And you know, if we really think about it, this shopping online's got to end. We've got to quit shopping online and shop local businesses only. It is so important for local businesses. Those local businesses spend their money locally as well. They sponsor sports. They sponsor an NHRA racetrack. So to help those businesses succeed, please stop shopping online. Check local businesses first before making a purchase online.
Middle of the track.
Keeping our local businesses alive keeps those businesses contributing to our society and to our community. Super important. There's a really cool business in Mission, and if you haven't been there before, and you're looking for stuff to do during the summer, this is one of those stores where a visit to the store would constitute something fun to do today. And that would be Factory Direct Tools. They have such an array of cool stuff in that store with all kinds of posters and stickers and really cool stuff. They got a room full of tarps. They make custom signs and custom stickers. It's a very cool place. You like going to a dollar store? Well, this place is even cooler. It's got so much cool stuff. You need to check it out. Say hi to Bob and the rest of the staff at Factory Direct Tools. And if you live locally and you need a tool and you want to buy a nice economical tool, that is the first place to check out. They're located right across from Chance's, about a kilometer from the track. It's one of the many businesses locally that's sponsored the track. Another one is Rocco's Diner. If you haven't been to Rocco's Diner before, bring the kids after the track tonight. They're open 24 hours a day. It was featured in the TV series Riverdale. It's a very cool restaurant, kind of 50s style diner. Open 24 hours a day and right across from Mr. Lube and Tires. So thanks for your patience, everybody. We're going to get this truck off track, make sure everything's clean, and then continue with racing. Back to it in just a couple minutes. Big shout out to safety. Good work, guys. As far as anything on the track, the good news is nothing there. Just the broken truck that we got off the track, but he didn't drop any fluids, so that's a good thing. We'll be back to racing right away. Reminder to racers while racing to keep your window rolled up on the track the entire length of the racetrack, including after the finish line. Keep your window rolled up until you leave the surface of the track. All vehicles turn left off the track, so if you're in the right lane, be certain you know where the other vehicle is before you exit the track. If you'd like to try drag racing, August 7th, the next Friday Night Street Legals is a Drift and Drags. It's $50 to go racing down the track for the drag racing. I'm not sure what it costs to enter drifting, but you can also enter drifting if you got what it takes. That's August 7th. And the special part about August 7th, it's ladies' night. Ladies race for free. So if you're going to come to the track August 7th, come in as a spectator, you got to pay $10. But if you come in to race, you get in for free. So I suggest you say you're racing. Maybe make a pass or two. But then you get in for free. And if you can make a pass with your new boyfriend's car and go 100 miles an hour, you get a sticker, puts you in the 100 mile an hour club. That would be cool on your first night out drag racing. So be certain to pop back on August 7th. It's going to be a fun night. All right, zoom, zoom, back to racing. Thanks for your patience, everybody. Another thing to remember when you're at the racetrack, it's just like any other sport. You always want to keep your eye on the game, keep your eye on the ball, keep your eye on the puck, keep your eye on the race car. These guys ripping up track, their engines rotating at massive speeds. If something ever breaks, there's a chance it'll fling off the track and could end up in the bleachers. So you have to watch at all times when you're at the drag strip. Just like any other sport. Keep your eyes on the game. All right, Blue Oval, taking on a bow tie. 2017 Camaro and a newer Mustang.
Turn off the red lights, please.
So who's going to win, the Ford or the Camaro? Are you a Chev fan or a Ford fan? Good grudge match. Nice sounding Mustang. Woo, 1104 at 127. That's moving. 118 miles an hour for the Camaro. No slouch. 12:27, the elapsed time. Shane Rollins with that Mustang was 101 miles an hour at the end of the bleachers. The 8th mile was a 7:19. A 1995 Grand Marquis racing a 2024 C8 Corvette. You picked it correctly. The Corvette getting there first, 1289. And the Grand Marquis goes 1188, 83.32 miles per hour. Beautiful matchup. A 69. It says it's a Chevy. It almost looks like Pontiac taillights. A 73 Challenger. Matt Froese. Spectator side. 11:72 at 120 miles an hour for the 73 Challenger. Nice ride for Matt Froese. And Clayton ran 12:36 with the 69 Chevy, doing 120 across the trap. Mustang matchup. Got us a drag race. Tower side getting there second. Spectator side with the win. 12:87 beating a 13:30. $12.96, spectator side of the racetrack at 105. Getting the win light, 15.94 for the Tower lane. TCS lane, 85 miles per hour. Red light reaction time, Tower lane. That dash in front of the number. Cam Penner, spectator side of the racetrack, ran 15.0000 at 91.15. All right, Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Calling Sport Compact to the lanes. This cool Ford pickup truck, it moves good. $11.61 at 105 for the Ford pickup truck. That gorgeous Corvette again. Man, that's a cool car. I'm in love with that Corvette. $13.95 at 96 miles per hour. Cool. 15:15 Tower lane at 88. Now, speaking of cool, how about a pair of C8 Corvettes? Great opportunity for a grudge match. You and your friends sitting in the bleachers. Pick whether it's going to be the white or the blue Corvette getting to the top end first. Nice grudge match, even matchup. It's going to be a good race. All right. So everybody sitting on the pit side is going to pick the blue one, and everybody on the spectator side is going to pick the white one. So it's the pits against the spectator side of the track. So we're pulling for the blue one. TCS lane or Lloydco lane. Both cars with a little bit of wheel spin. Pretty even reaction times. Fairly even on the 60-foot, but the white one was ahead. And finishes it that way as well. 10.85 at 124. beating an 11:20 at 1:25. That was a close matchup, and your margin of victory was 0.3 of a second for the white one. Next matchup, Camaro taking on Dodge. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Neck and neck, 12:54, beaten at 12:61. Chase Cranmore, Camaro with the win. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact to the lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Sport Compact to lanes 1 through 4. And Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. And the win light for Mike Laguerre. 71 Camaro going 14:51 for the win to a 15:24. Firebird and Mustang. $13.68 to a 14.41. The Firebird had a passenger and was limited to a 14-second run. Good driving by John. Kept it under that 14. $13.68 at 104 for the Ford Mustang. All right, Sport Compact, you've been called for the lanes 1 through 4, and Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Outlaw. Sport Compact to the lanes, Junior Street to the lanes. No numbers on the board. Car messed up at the start. And here we go, Sport Compact class brought to you by Peterbilt Pacific. All right, Junior Street, you should be in lanes 5 and 6. Sport Compact, you should be lanes 1 through 4. Standby call for Outlaw, Motorcycle, and Diesel. Standby. Roll your window up. There you go. Racers reminded once again about keeping the window rolled up the entire surface of the racetrack. Only roll down your window after you leave the track. And make sure you don't have your air conditioning on. (2008). It's a Mercedes. I think it's newer than that. Spectator side of the racetrack catches and passes the car into Tower Lane, goes 1064 at 129. That Audi was moving. Tower Lane was 1379 at 101. Final call for Sport Compact. Final call for Junior Street. Final call, Sport Compact. You should be in the lanes. Final call for Junior Street.
Could you call for our other classes too, bro?
Certainly I can. Looking for all the other classes too. So we're going to bring Outlaw to the lanes. And Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Motorcycle lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Diesel. 14:55 for Peter. Doing 106 miles an hour for the win light. Tower Lane. 17:01 on the reader board. Spectator side of the racetrack going 90.09. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Diesel. So if you're listening online, Lordco TV, make sure to smash the like button all night long. My name is Rock Arsenault, calling the drag races here at Mission Raceway Park. I want to send a big shout out to Mission Raceway Park, the British Columbia Custom Car Association, for this big opportunity to be hanging out with you folks and announcing the drag races for the Street Legal Series. Thanks for the opportunity. I appreciate it. I have a lot of fun. I look forward to the Friday nights just about as much as the racers do. So thanks for hanging out with us tonight. We look forward to seeing you back here every single Friday night for the Street Legals. Lordco TV also broadcasts all the bracket races and the big events coming your way, like the Ford weekend next weekend. Or not Ford weekend, it's the BC Old Time Drags. Langley Loafers next weekend. So watch all of the action on Lordco TV. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Motorcycle lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw lanes 1 through 4. Standby call for Diesel. One of those little cars that showed up in the last few years that's very impressive is one of these Golf Rs, all-wheel drive. These cars move. Little turbo cars. Little sleepers. Would make a great family car. One that runs 10 seconds at 128 miles an hour at the Friday Night Street Legals. Little Volkswagen. That's pretty cool. 1256, spectator side of the racetrack, 125 miles per hour.
All right, Matt, you're gonna have the junior street in the burnout box.
All right, Outlaw class. This is your call to the lanes 1 through 4 and motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Another quick Volkswagen 2018 Golf R. At the 8th mile, 745 with 101, the speed. At the finish line, the Volkswagen. Volkswagen doing 1129 at 127 miles per hour. And our sole junior street, young Douglas Kavass out of Pitt Meadows with Dad's 87 Chrysler. Douglas has been trying the approach of deep staging. Trying to improve his reaction time, but it's improving it too much. Went red again. See the dash in front of the number? Red light reaction time for Douglas Kavass. Ran 1265 at 55 miles an hour. The quickest that you are allowed to run in Junior Street is 9 seconds to the 8th. And Douglas was 1265. Up next, Outlaw cars and motorcycle. A little bit of track prep ahead of Outlaw. Another chance for you to catch up on your reading. Big shout out to all our sponsors. Talking about local sponsors, I'll give you a little update on Tailblazers. I live a block away, and if you were to ask my dog what his favorite sponsor is at Mission Raceway Park, he would say Tailblazers. Took him for a walk down there the other day, and I got a treat from Olga that took it home for him, and I gave it to him on his bed. And I've never seen him do that before, but when I gave him the treat, he started to wag his tail. He loved it so much. So big shout out to Olga and the folks at Tailblazers. Be sure to stop by with your pet and ask them who's their favorite sponsor at Mission Raceway Park, and you'll get the same answer I get from Oliver. It's Tailblazers. So big shout out to all the local sponsors, all the sponsors here at Mission Raceway Park. We couldn't do it without you, and we thank you for your support. All race fans, be sure to stop by all of these businesses and thank them for their support. Pay forward and shop local. All right, back to racing with Outlaw Class, Tony Brandt and Craig Coca. And Diesels will take you to the back of staging as well. Diesel, you're called to the lanes. Diesel to the lanes. Tony Brandt out of North Vancouver, the little Nova with the big wheel stand. 0.3 reaction time to a 0.6 from Craig. So Tony rules this race. Goes 10:24 at 129. 11:56 for the Chevy 2 at 114. Outlaw cars running on slicks. The quickest cars on the Friday Night Street Legals. Well, let's see if Stephanie can get her 10-second sticker. She went from a 12 to an 11. Only one left. The 57 Chevy out of Robert Creek, BC. Jeffrey Bellman out of Chilliwack with the 68 Cougar. 68 Cougar with a 289 under the hood. That blows my mind. $11.63. 114 for the 57. The Cougar with the 289 goes 11.67 at 116. Lucy. '73 V-Dub Beagle. K20 Turbo. Kevin Kaiser out of Surrey. Racing a Mustang. Not the sound of a V8, but sure makes some cool sounds nevertheless. 12:30 or 10:30, 116 miles an hour. That sounds fine to me. 115 miles an hour, 1169 for the Mustang. That was it for Outlaw. Motorcycle next. Diesel, you should be in the lanes. And domestic, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic, you're called to the lanes. I've called domestic to the lanes. Paul Sadar. He's going to race Shannon McDonald at the start line. He's taking her on. Come on, Shannon, you got this. Bam! Red light for Shannon. Tough break. Because she had him on the long run. If she was running up track, she would have smoked him to the top end. I'm absolutely certain of it. 967 for Paul Sadar. 145 miles an hour. Shannon, red lit, called it up. Grabbing the number off the bike. That was a fun race. Paul Sadar just smoked Shannon on the start. All right, Ken Christensen. Up to the line. Domestic, you should be in the lanes. Domestic class to the lanes. Oh, we got a nice matchup. But the 12 Kawasaki Bad Kitty going to get there first. 11:22, 126 miles an hour for Ken Christensen. Bike Tower Lane ran 11:76, 116.5. Well, racers definitely getting their money's worth tonight as far as number of runs goes.
Man, I'm gonna run a straggler outlaw.
Well, we had one late outlaw show up, so we got one more outlaw to run for you. And then we'll go into diesel. Meanwhile, domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. So make your way to the lanes, domestic class. Standby call for Sport Compact. I think we've got a bright future with this Camaro. Put a lot of work into it already, and it looks like he's not done. Well, continuing with test passes. But like I said, I think there's a pretty bright future with that car. All right, diesel up next. '21 Chevy pickup truck out of Vernon, BC, and a 2018 Jeep Rubicon. $13.06 or $15.52 for the big pickup. The little Jeep was $16.30 at 82 miles per hour. Well, the big pickup truck getting there first with a 15.02. Camaro is 16.99. I was pretty surprised to hear that they're actually going to be racing motorhomes tomorrow, gas and diesel. Maybe family vacation. Should be a pretty fun day. Hopefully you can make it out and check it out. Brad Thompson, spectator side of the racetrack, turns on the wind light with a 1286 at 105. S10 Tower Lane was 1448. This is a cool matchup. Great opportunity for a grudge match. The Camaro or the Ford? Who gets there first? Back and forth. A bit of a drag race going on. 12.25 for the Camaro and 12.96 for the Mustang. That was a cool matchup. But the bow tie. Spectator side of the racetrack, Lord Lane with the win. There you go. Just what you wanted. Jen and Dell. Jen to Malibu, Dell to Mustang. Bow tie or blue oval? Who wins this one, folks? Grudge match. At the quarter mile, it's the Mustang, 11:17, beating an 11:59. Reaction time went to the Malibu, but not enough to overtake the Mustang. Oldsmobile, Hearst Olds from 1983, Julian McLean and Trevor out of Abbotsford with the 77 Ford pickup. Who's going to win this one, the Hearst Olds or the Ford pickup? Well, if you've been hanging around at the Friday nights, you know that's a quick truck. Look at him go. Unbelievable. 11:54 at 104. That's a cool old Ford. And the 83 Hearst Olds ran 16:43 at 82 miles an hour. Domestic class being our biggest class here tonight. They're loaded up behind the tower. Probably got about 20 cars to run. '09 Challenger. Taking care of Jay Bode in his 24 C8. Half a second advantage on reaction time. And a quicker elapsed time as well with a 12:91 to a 14:50. '09 Pontiac G8. Pavilion Lake Contracting, Marshall Sutherland out of Maple Ridge, BC. That cool car. 376 cubic inch LS under the hood. Racing a 21 Ford, Riley Olson out of Langley, BC. Definitely a fan of the Pontiac. 1369 at 102. 1474 for the Ford, doing 95.4 miles per hour. '19 Challenger and a Ford Mustang. I mean, a Camaro. Kind of look the same from up here. I got no reader on my board, so I was just guessing, but no, that's a Camaro. Challenger, Tower Lane winning this one. 1305 to the Camaro's 1366. Six-liter, 2002 Silverado. Corey Whitelock out of Surrey. Yuta Mooney with an 06 Ford Mustang. That's a quick Silverado, so this should be a very good race. Silverado running away with it. Goes 12:57. Mustang 13:91. Mustang, Tower Lane, Corvette, spectator side of the racetrack, grudge match. Who gets there first? Corvette seemed to have a little trouble there. Mustang taking advantage of the trouble for the Corvette. Post 13:31 with the win light. 18 seconds for the vet. All right, Pontiac, Tower Lane, Challenger, spectator side of the racetrack. So what do you think, folks? The Pontiac Firebird or the Dodge Challenger? Who's going to get to the top end first? Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Win light, 1284 for Riley. 110 for the Challenger. 1447 at 96 for the Firebird. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Peterbilt Pacific, Sport Compact to the lanes 1 through 4. And Junior Street, make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Sport Compact, lanes 1 through 4. And here's that lovely Corvette, once again, racing against a 71 Camaro. Cool matchup. 14:17 for the Corvette at 94 miles an hour, and the 71 Camaro ran 14:46, also at 94. Camaro, Mustang matchup. Who's going to get to the top of the River Valley Ford drag strip first, the Camaro or the Mustang? And that would be the Camaro with an 1178 to a 1572. Hey. Andrea with the win, 1472 at 96 miles per hour. And Kana went 1795 at 80 miles per hour. All right, Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Nice looking rides. 73 Challenger and an old pickup truck. So cool. 73 Challenger reaches the stripe first with a 1261. The old pickup truck was 13.94 elapsed time with a speed of 99.29 miles per hour. Jack Stout from Mission, BC. That's a 1948 Austin with a 383 stroker under the hood. Able to bounce front wheels off the ground, run the quarter mile in 12:18 at 110 miles per hour. Always at the car show at the A&W on Thursdays. So make sure you stop by and say hi to Jack Stout. Let him know you watched him race the car and how cool it is to see something at the car show that actually has a time slip. That's cool. All right, a Chevy from 1969 and a Dodge. All right, going to pass the Camaro off on his own. Off he goes. 0.83 reaction time, 60 foot at 2.2. Eighth mile at the end of the bleachers, 94 miles an hour with an 843. That'd make a good junior car. You're only allowed to run 9 seconds in junior. That was 843 to the eighth. At the finish line, 12:55 at 121.13. Final call, Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact, your final call to the lanes. Junior Street, your final call to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Outlaw. You're getting the call out in just a couple of moments. (12:42), 126 miles per hour. All right, Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. I called Outlaw to the lanes. We'll keep things moving. Stephen Payne with the 24 Dodge running away with this one on the spectator side of the racetrack. Goes 1383 at 100.49. Make sure you tell Stephen you can get a 100-mile-per-hour sticker for that pass and a 13-second ET sticker as well. You can get those in the second floor of the timing tower. Outlaw, you're called to the lanes. Lanes 1 through 4. Motorcycle, make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw, to the lanes. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Diesel. 11:05 gets the wind light turned on, doing 127 miles an hour through the traps in the TCS lane for Alexi. Sean ran 11:39, 121 miles an hour on the spectator side of the track. Running Sport Compact, sponsored by Peterbilt Pacific.
Oh, can I get Outlaw and bikes and diesels, please?
Just made the call for him, and they're going to call him again. Outlaw, motorcycle, and diesel to the lanes. Motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6. Diesel in behind the bikes. And Outlaw, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Outlaw, motorcycle, and diesel to the lanes. And a standby call going out to domestic. Quick rotations tonight, so be prepared. 11:69 for Max Yang, doing 114 miles an hour, spectator side of the track. The 91 Integra having a little bit of trouble.
Back him out, Tanner.
Looks like we're going to have to back him out. So Outlaw class, you've been called to the lanes, and you guys are quick to get there. That's cool. Outlaw class to the lanes, motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. And diesel, you can make your way to lanes 5 and 6, but wait for the bikes to be ahead of you. So stay behind the bikes in the diesel class, but we're going to move Outlaw, motorcycle, and diesel to the lanes. Well, hopefully nothing too serious with the little Integra. A lot of work goes into these little race cars. A lot more money to come racing than you as a spectator. $10 to get in. These guys pay $50 to race, plus the fuel, plus all the work that they put into these rides. So for all the racers here tonight, providing the entertainment, hats off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for racing with us at Mission Raceway. It's so cool to have you here, and so much fun to watch. Hats off to all the racers, and a huge pat on the back for racing on the track and not racing on the street. Well, the 2019 Audi is way quicker than the 91 Civic. Goes 1085 to get to the top end, going 129 miles an hour. The little Civic was 96 miles an hour, which is pretty quick. Ran an ET of 15.80. Well, the Volkswagen Golf R, way slower in reaction time, but way faster for ET. Goes 1147, beating a 1305. Little Volkswagen Golf R doing 126. That's unbelievable. What a cool car. My friend in North Vancouver bought a Golf R for his wife. She had no clue what it was, but she came home and said, "Man, that thing's pretty peppy." No kidding. That moves. What a cool car. Now, Junior Street running the 8th mile, Douglas Kavas and his 87 Chrysler. Junior Street, kids 13 to 17 years old. Running the 8th mile, which is right there. Went 55 miles per hour at 12.64. Little tiny bit of track prep, housekeeping going on ahead of the outlaw cars. Tailgate party, we got outlaw class and motorcycle. Sitting beside the tower right now, they're coming up next. The concession, pro shop, and barbecue are still open. The beer stand is still going on the pit side of the track tonight. Make sure to make your way over from the spectator side, crossing the Lortco Bridge. Don't forget, next weekend, Loafers, Langley Loafers Old Time Drags at Mission Raceway Park. A very cool, big car show and lots of nostalgic cars running up track. Old Time Drags limited to vehicles older than 1970. Very cool car show going on next weekend here at Mission Raceway Park. Hope to see everybody back. The next Friday night street legals are going to be August 7th. Drift and Drags and Ladies Night. The next road race course, Wednesday night street legals, is August 5th. All right, outlaw cars up next. All right, everybody, thanks for your patience. The track's sticky and ready to go for the Outlaw class coming up next. Tailgate party, get ready. The 66 Chevy 2 and an '08 BMW coming your way. Lots of heat in the tires. So who wins this race, the BMW or the Chevy 2? Grudge match. Tower lane or spectator side? Who you picking? Chevy 2? Well, probably. Well, Dorian leaving no chance to catch him. Quicker car, though. The BMW has a 10:44 and the Chevy 2 is 11:56, but a 4-second reaction time? Not going to do it. So that was a whole shot win, a big whole shot win for Craig Coca in that Chevy 2. Friday night street legals, run with your brung, heads up grudge match. You got to stay awake. All right, Cougar, Volkswagen. That Volkswagen is sick, ain't it? K20 Turbo. But he's slowing down a bit. 11:24 catches a 12:13. The Volkswagen 78 miles an hour, having a little bit of trouble. Hopefully nothing major. Stephanie going for the 10-second time slip. 1.660 foot to 57. Chevy at the 8th mile was 7:47 at 92 miles an hour. At the finish line, 11:75 at 1:13. The Camaro was 1:13 for speed, 12:09 for ET. All right. A little Corvette up next, a little C8. Ross Walker, 23 Corvette, Preston Chevy. On a single pass, goes 2 for reaction time, 0.2. A 60 foot for the Corvette was 1.77. The 8th mile was a 7:41 at 95 miles an hour. And at the finish line, the 23 Corvette crosses with an 11:52 at 118.4 miles per hour. Mustang racing Corvette. That's a 1969 Mach 1 from Linden, Washington. Big hello to all our American friends here tonight. We love you. We're glad you're here hanging out with us. Robert McLean, a 25 Corvette C8 E-Ray. Cool car, nice color. So what do you choose, the Mustang or the Vet? Robert McLean and the Corvette not seeing any numbers on the board, messed up on the start line, but the Mach 1 ran 11:64, 115 miles an hour. The 8th mile for the Mach 1 was a 7:42 at 93 miles an hour. Up next, motorcycle. And diesel, you should be in the lanes. Parabikes. Raymond Wong and Ken Christensen. Raymond Wong out of Vancouver, BC. Nice bike. Having fun with us tonight. Racing at the track, the River Valley Ford drag strip. Goes 11:82. Ken Christensen was 10:13 at 143 miles an hour. 143. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4, and standby call for motorcycles. See you later, Paul. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Paul Sadar taking off back to Hope with his Jeep and his bike in the trailer. Fun night. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Standby call for Sport Compact. See you later, Paul. Drive safe, bud. Domestic to the lanes. Domestic class to the lanes. Standby call for Sport Compact. Tailgate party, top end of the racetrack, spectator side of the racetrack. You guys are looking awesome out there. Sitting in the back of the bed that never needs to be made. You got it figured out. When I'm not in the air conditioning of the tower, I like to hang out at the tailgate party too. Great place to hang out, make new friends every single time you're there. Big shout out to all the folks at the tailgate party. You guys look awesome tonight. Now, if you're leaving the facility early tonight, we do remind everybody to please leave quietly, courteously. Don't be doing burnouts or racing away from the track. It paints us all with a bad picture. A lot of work goes into the Friday Night Street Legals. Opening the track for the public to race on the track is pretty cool. So please, do us a favor when you leave the track tonight, when you're driving home, keep it cool. Don't race on the street. Don't make a bunch of noise. That would be really appreciated. All right, first pair in domestic. Spectator side of the racetrack, running away with this one. 12:13, 124 miles an hour. 1692 on the pit lane, doing 80.66. The Jeep Rubicon, Rob Buchanan and Brad Fennick out of Vernon with the 21 Chevy pickup. My Rubicon is out of commission right now. I miss it. That's a cool truck. Man, 1571 for Brad, and that Jeep Rubicon ran 1684 at 77 miles an hour. All right, 2010 Ford Mustang and 07 Corvette. 07 Corvette away first. 0.3 of a second advantage on the start. And and holds that spread right to the top end, goes 12:33, beating a 12:61. Beats him in speed as well with 116 to the Mustang's 115. Corvette better in reaction time. That whole race was about the Corvette. Pair of S10s, first gen and second gen. $12.89 for the Corvette. Matt Dawson ran 14:65 at 98.62. Standby call for Sport Compact, just a few minutes away from getting the call. Pair of Mopars up next. Cam Penner, 06 Dodge, Race with Doug. Mike Clark out of Langley with the Challenger. Tower Lane goes 12:64. Race with Doug goes 14:81 at 91.61. Ride with Doug. Check it out online so you understand more about Cam Penner and Doug in the campennerfamily.ca. Race with Doug, Dodge. Spectator side of the racetrack with a 1481. Well, a small pickup truck, 1997 S10. Randy Dixon gonna get the win light. Getting there first with a 1528, beating a 1546. Well, for those folks that say Mopar or no car, here's your race. A pair of Mopars. 19 Challenger and a 71 Charger. No, that's not a 71 Charger. Got the wrong info on that one. But a pair of Dodges for sure. Spectator side of the racetrack gonna get the win. 1271 beating a 1377. All right, a pair of Camaros coming at you. This should be an even matchup. So what do you think, Tower Lane or spectator side of the racetrack? Man, that sounds good. Being live at the racetrack, there's nothing like it. 1225 for Gary, win light. Tower side of the track, 1311. Spectator side of the racetrack. The sights, the sound, the smell, the vibrations, and the crowd. Friday Night Street Legals. Watching online, YouTube, I'm glad you're there, but man, being here makes all the difference. Hope to see you here soon. Tower Lane, 1170, beating a 1293. Sun just going down over the trees here at the racetrack. $70 degrees outside. What a beautiful night at Mission Raceway. At this point, we'd like to ask all racers to please run with your headlights going forward. With the sun going behind the trees, we ask all racers, please run with your headlights for the rest of the night. Jack Stout, 1237, 110 miles an hour. 48 Austin, just pounding up the track tonight. Having a good time. Riley Olson was 1528 with the 21 Ford, doing 95 miles an hour on the spectator side of the track. Another beautiful Mustang. Tower Lane. Mustang ran 12.90 at 108.91 miles per hour. The 8th mile was 86 miles an hour with an 844. Old Firebird taking on a newer Mustang. John B., the pilot of the Firebird, and Shane Rollins piloting the Mustang. Mustang bullets to the top end of the track. Nice car. Goes 11.00, 127 miles per hour. Tell Shane Rollins to come to the second floor of the timing tower. We have an ET sticker of 11 and a 100 mile per hour sticker for Shane. John B., 96 miles an hour, needs to shed a little bit of weight to get the 100 mile an hour sticker. I mean in the car. I'm not being personal. I mean shed weight from the car. Although, yeah. An 02 Silverado, Corey Whitelock. Racing a Charger over there on the spectator side of the track. And chewing them up pretty good. Silverado, 1225, and the Mopac, 1347. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Class call for Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Peterbilt Pacific Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. The 06 Ford Mustang, Yuta Mooney with the win at 1406, 102 miles per hour. Tower Lane was 1422 at 96.84. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. Junior Street, get ready. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. Junior Street, make your way to lanes 5 and 6. Douglas. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 5 and 6. Sport Compact, lanes 1 through 4. Well, not to be prejudiced at all, but I think I love this matchup. Pair of Mustangs, or pair of Corvettes, my favorite. And it would be the blue one this time. 128 miles an hour at 1095. Wow. Better reaction time. Whole shot win for the blue one. The white one ran a 1085 at 122.68 miles per hour. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes 1 through 4. And Junior Street, Douglas, lanes 5 and 6. Gorgeous Camaro. The 1980 Malibu, Jen. Ripping up track, beating the Camaro. The 80 Malibu out of Maple Ridge ran 1202, 117 miles per hour. Jen, we have 12-second ET stickers. And easy peasy for the 100-mile-an-hour sticker. Well, a slow matchup, but the Friday Night Street Legals, you don't need a fast car to have fun. Just remember that on ladies' night. You don't need a race car, you just need any car at all. to get in for free and race for free. $16.88 for the Grand Marquis. And the old car over there on the spectator side of the track ran an 1854. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Junior Street, you've been called to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Outlaw, Motorcycle, and Diesel. Del James, 83 Mustang. Sounded like a stick car. Man, that'd be fun. 1136 at 122 miles per hour. That Mustang out of Mission, BC. So up next, Sport Compact and Junior Street. So a few racers tonight really doing a good job giving us an example of when something goes wrong to just pull over, get out of the groove, and wait for assistance. So with that tonight, I want to thank all the racers for doing such a spectacular job of keeping the track clean. You guys nailed it tonight. And you reaped the rewards by getting multiple runs. We're really pounding the runs off tonight. That's because you guys did such a great job. Hats off to everyone. 03 Nissan, 2010 Benz. And the Benz is bending the rules and getting there first with a 1399, 93 miles an hour, and the Nissan ran 96 miles an hour with an elapsed time of 14.69. All right, Outlaw, make your way to the lanes. Outlaw to the lanes. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Outlaw to the lanes. Motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6. And Diesel, get ready. You're getting a call in just a couple of minutes. Outlaw to the lanes. Motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6. The Audi with the wind light, 1081, 128 miles an hour in the TCS lane. 128 miles an hour for the Golf R, but slower at 11:16. Reaction time also went to the Audi. That race was all Audi. Outlaw to the lanes. Mopac Auto Supply sponsored Outlaw class to the lanes. And motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for Diesel. Sean not seeing numbers, Tower Lane. Messed up on the tree. Now, Cade Steen, 91 Civic, goes 1907 at 55.14 miles per hour. All right, our final Sport Compact pairing. 22 V-Dub Golf R. And a 2018 440i. $128.90, 10.91. Kind of makes you want to buy a Volkswagen Golf R, doesn't it? Man, that's cool. Those things boogie. Max Yang ran 11:66, 117 miles an hour with the BMW. And our only junior street running tonight, Douglas Kvass. 0.7 reaction time. And Shannon red lights again, 0.1. Too much coffee. That's got to be it. So Sean went 5.56 for speed, 12.83 for ET. Ran 12.83 for the elapsed time. Junior Street, the fastest they're allowed to run to the 8th mile would be a 9-second run. Outlaw class has been called to the lanes, motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw cars are beginning to show up beside the tower. Tailgate party, quick cars coming your way in just a couple of moments. Motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6. Diesel class. You can make your way to lanes 5 and 6 as well. Just park yourself behind the bike if there are any left. Diesel, you're called to the lanes 5 and 6 behind the bikes. Outlaw has been called to the lanes, motorcycle to lanes 5 and 6, and Diesel, you are also called to lanes 5 and 6. Big shout out to Mission Raceway Park staff tonight. Good work, everybody. Couldn't do it without you. Big shout out to your families for letting you off the hook tonight to hang out at your happy place, Mission Raceway Park. Really appreciate all your help tonight, everybody. Thanks a lot. And for all the people in the background that we don't see here tonight that keep this place running during the week, big hats off to all you folks as well. Mission Raceway Park, a big part of our community, and lets people race at a safe manner. Road racing, drag racing, dirt track, and bicycle road course as well on Monday nights. Track rental is also available. All right, track is ready. We're going to start bringing the cars around for you in just a moment. Which one are you pulling for? The 57 or the Corvette? Who gets there first? And that would be the Corvette, 1087, 124 miles per hour. And the 57 Chevy, 1179, 113 for Stephanie. A 1968 Cougar, a 1996 Camaro, gets first, 11:30, beating an 11:99. The Cougar was 121.26 miles per hour, and the Camaro was 117.16. I believe that's one of the best passes for that Camaro so far. And Tony Brandt, Craig Coca going at it again. The 73 Nova and the 66 Chevy 2. That would be Tony Brandt getting to the top first with a 1033, 128.76 miles per hour. Craig Coca ran a 1206, 114. All right, domestic, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, to the lanes. 69 Mach 1 out of Linden, Washington. What a beautiful car. Cassidy Langley ran 1161 with that hot rod, doing 116 miles an hour through the traps in Lordco Lane. Domestic, you've been called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Standby call for Sport Compact and Junior Street. Domestic class, this is your call to the lanes. Sport Compact, standby call, and standby call for Junior Street. A single pass on the spectator side of the racetrack. Big old pickup truck crosses the finish line. 1636 at 81.42 miles per hour. Up next, motorcycle. And only 2 bikes remain. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. Standby call for Sport Compact. Raymond Wong out of Vancouver. Good rider. Really pounds up the track on this little machine. Kent Christensen's going to get there first. Veteran racer, ran 10:43 at 141. And Raymond Wang ran 11:72, 114. That was cool. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic to the lanes, standby call for Sport Compact. Here we go, domestic class coming your way. '17 Camaro and an 11 Ford Mustang. Mustang losing a bit of traction on the start. Reaction time definitely goes to the Camaro, as does the stripe at the top end. 12:43 at 118. The Mustang was 16:51 at a slow 65 miles an hour. Domestic class being the largest class here tonight.
Stop it clear.
Brad Thompson with the 2000 Chevy S10. It's twice as good on the tree and faster elapsed time as well. Goes 1294 at 105. On the reader board, you see the other vehicle going 1362 at 115 miles per hour. So the faster ET had a much lower mile per hour. Racers more focused on elapsed time than they are with the mile per hour.
Clear.
Camaro a little bit too deep. Shannon backing him up. Gonna race a Challenger in the spectator lane. And they're both in. Here we go. Well, Challenger with the reaction time and the ET and the mile per hour. 1283 at 111 with a 0.4 reaction time. 1726 with the elapsed time for the Camaro, doing just under 80 miles per hour. A gorgeous Camaro racing against an 02 Silverado with a 6-liter. This ought to be a good race. That's a quick Silverado. Good opportunity for a grudge match. What do you think, folks? The white car or the pickup? Who's got this one? Well, the Silverado giving away over a second on the start line. Not able to chase him down. The slower car, 1333, getting the win. Whole shot win, courtesy of a better reaction time. The Silverado was 1241 at the stripe, 116 miles an hour, but the reaction time was almost 2 seconds. I won't do it. Race with Doug. Let's see if he can shave some time off. Check out online, Ride with Doug, and you'll know the whole story. 1493, Cam, it's warming up and slowing down. Riley Olson ran 1470. All right, we got us a great matchup. Pair of very quick Mustangs. Great opportunity for you and your friends sitting in the bleachers or sitting at home on Lordco TV to pick the winner. And that would be the blue Mustang. Spectator side of the racetrack in the Lordco lane doing 11:05 for the win, 126.9 miles per hour. And the pickup truck was 108.83 miles per hour with an elapsed time of 12.79. Now we got us a Mopar matchup. With a shaker hood. Spectator side of the racetrack, what do you think? Which one gets the win in this pair? Be the one with the shaker hood? Good call. Spectator side of the racetrack. Turns on the green light with a 1266, beating a 1439. Spectator side of the racetrack was doing 112 miles an hour at the top end. Was doing almost 90 miles an hour at the 8th. The 8th mile elapsed time was an 8:29. At the Friday Night Street Legals, I'd like to point out the 8th mile more often, as that's what Junior Street runs. It's nice to compare. A lot of the fast classes at Door Wars, small tire classes, running to 8th mile as well. Seeing some cars cross 200 miles an hour in the 8th. Some of the bracket racing series is pretty spectacular and exciting to watch. Be sure to check it out sometime. Jen Stoutenberg out of Maple Ridge, 1980 Malibu goes 11:52 at 117.8 miles per hour. Jen's got that thing dialed in. 14:27 on the Tower Lane. TCS lane going 96.73. Chase Cranmore out of Surrey with a 2017 Camaro. Ran 12:35, 117 miles per hour. 14:61 for the Chevy. Spectator side of the racetrack crosses the finish line, 96.4. That's bad. Pickups. River Valley Ford drag strip and a pair of Ford pickup trucks. We wouldn't have it any other way here at Mission Raceway. Racing up Farmer Lane. What do you think, Tower Lane or Spectator Lane? Pretty even matchup. Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Looks like it's going to be the pit lane getting there first. Oh yeah, 11:39 beats a 10 or 12:10. Those pickup trucks were quick. 123 and 127. Wow, those things were moving. That's fast. Ford Mustang and a Chevy Camaro, or a Pontiac Firebird. My bad. So the Mustang or the Pontiac. What do you think, folks? You were thinking Ford. I know you were thinking Ford. And look at that. You were right. 1387 beats the Pontiac. 1448. Mustang 102 miles an hour. Pontiac 95.3. Chevy S10 from 1997, racing a 25 Corvette. At the stripe, the Corvette 1175, the S10 1678. Up next, Jack Stout, Alan Cleaver out of Richmond, 09 Challenger. Now that little Challenger didn't think the 48 Austin was going to do what it did, but it done real good. 1238, beating a 1308. Man, that's a cool truck. The little Austin doing 110 miles an hour through the stripes. And the spectator side of the racetrack, the TCS lane was doing 107.97 miles per hour. Sport Compact class. This is your call to the lane. Sport Compact class will take you to the lanes. And we'll put Junior Street to lanes 5 and 6. Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Sport Compact, lanes 1 through 4. So if you're heading off for the night, We do appreciate you being with us tonight. That was a lot of fun having you here, and we look forward to having you back real soon. Next weekend is the Old Time Drags, the Langley Loafers. And on August 7th, we do the Friday Night Street Legals again with Drift and Drags and Ladies Night, where ladies race for free. So be sure to show up for August 7th next weekend for the Old Time Drags. And on Wednesday, August 5th, for the road course, street legal driving on the road course. On Wednesday nights, the Street Legal Drag Racing Series continues on the road course, and that's on August 5th. The road course is $130 for the night. Drag racing is only $50. That Golf R is incredible. 128 miles an hour, 1080 the elapsed time, 1090 for the Audi. Incredible. A 2020 M340 X-Drive. Racing a 2018 BMW 440i. Well, the Tower Lane running away with it. The TCS lane goes 1157, 121.23 miles per hour. Max Yang ran 14:59.
Rock, I've got nothing.
Outlaw, your call to the lanes. Outlaw and motorcycle to the lanes. Outlaw lanes 1 through 4. Motorcycle lanes 5 and 6. Outlaw and motorcycle, your call to the lanes. Lordco lane 1135, 128 miles per hour. The Nissan Tower lane ran 1574. Outlaw, you've been called to the lanes 1 through 4 and motorcycle lanes 5 and 6. Standby call for diesel.
How many cars we get?
A 2010 Benz crosses the finish line 14:05, 100.76. Cool. Tell Justin got the 100-mile-an-hour sticker to pick it up at the second floor of the timing tower. Oh, yeah, 100-mile-an-hour sticker. So Outlaw and motorcycle, you've been called to the lanes. A little bit of track prep going on ahead of Outlaw.
It's clear. Okay, clear to the little track prep.
As you head off for the night, we'll remind you that Rocco's Diner is open 24 hours a day. So if you'd like to grab yourself a nice meal before you leave town, stop by Rocco's Diner. Pretty cool place if you've never been there before. Big shout out to all our sponsors. Outlaw class, you have been called to the lanes 1 through 4. And standby call for Diesel.
We start running at 10 tomorrow, right? Yes.
Motorcycle, lanes 5 and 6.
And racing is from 10 to 4.
And Diesel,
5 to 9.
lanes 5 and 6. So Outlaw, Motorcycle, and Diesel, you've all been called to the lanes. Racers definitely getting their money's worth tonight. And the race fans, too. The biggest value you can get for your entertainment buck right here at Mission Raceway Park. And the Friday Night Street Legals. The beautiful summer nights can't be beat. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. All right, race fans, outlaw cars coming around the corner, pulling into the water box. Tony Brand. And the 57 wagon. Head of staging looking for domestic class up next. Domestic, you're called to the lanes. Tony Brand, 1038. And Stephanie goes 1175. Domestic, you're called to the lanes. Domestic class, you're called to the lanes. Standby call for Sport Compact. Domestic class, this is your call to the lanes.
Stop it clear.
$11.54 for the Mach 1. Jack ran 11.73. The 69 Mach 1 was 116 miles an hour, and the 96 Camaro was 119.81. And our final outlaw out of Chilliwack, the 68 Cougar, Jeffrey Bellman.
Clear.
Blown away that this is just a 289 and how fast it runs. Domestic class, we need you to the lanes. Domestic class to the lanes, lanes 1 through 4. And last remaining bikes, a pair of them. Raymond Wong and Ken Christensen facing off once again. Pretty consistent pass for Ken. Ran 11:13, 137 miles an hour. Raymond ran 11:58 at 117.25. In our sole contender in Junior Street tonight, young Douglas Kvass. Red light. But the Friday Night Street Legals are a great opportunity for Douglas to practice his reaction time ahead of the weekend. Some good opportunities on the Friday nights to introduce the sport to the race fans and to give the Junior Street more opportunity to practice. Domestic class, you've been called to the lanes. And Sport Compact, you are on a short standby. All right, diesel truck coming your way. This may be a quick pass. Hold on 1 second. Rob Getz, 07 Ford. All right, Rob Getz here for the weekend, diesel weekend. Let's see what he got for us on the Friday Night Street Legals. Getting a practice run early on the weekend. Wow, what a handful. Woo-wee. 1032 at 100.56. Yeah, I got. Currently running domestic class. Well, the start line advantage for the pickup truck's not going to be enough. 1341 for the wind light. The big pickup was 1426. Corey Whitelock out of little Silverado out of Surrey. This is a quick truck. Should be a good matchup. Oh yeah, we got us a drag race. And at the stripe, 1249 for the pickup beats the 13.16. The margin of victory was 0.3 of a second. Race with Doug, Tower Lane. Nick Grabka out of Bernie. Cam gets to the stripe first, goes 15.06, 91 miles per hour. Nick lays down a 99.91 mile an hour run at 16.56. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Sport Compact, your call to the lanes. Sport Compact, to the lanes. Sport Compact to the lanes. Junior Street, Douglas, make your way to lane 5 and 6. So Sport Compact and Junior Street to the lanes. Wow, Jen Motors with that car, that little Malibu Boogies. That's so cool. 11.99 for Jen. And Utah ran a 14.12 at 103 miles per hour. That Malibu out of Maple Ridge went 117.22 through to the traps. That's a cool car. Speaking of cool, Jack Stout is Little Austin. It's also cool. What a cool place to hang out. The Friday Night Street Legals. Way better than any other car show. Oh, Jack slowed down a bit. Might have had a passenger. Not sure. 1265 for Riley. 111. Sport Compact, you've been called to the lanes. Sport Compact, you're called to the lanes. And Junior Street, lanes 5 and 6. Tower Lane. Better reaction time, faster run. 1184, 118 for the Camaro. That's moving. The Firebird, 1448, 96.65 miles per hour. All right, final call, Sport Compact Junior Street to the lanes. Spectator side of the track getting the win. 1303 beating a 1473. That was a Charger beating a Ford. Oh yeah. Douglas is there in Junior Street. I've been buddies with little Douglas Kavas since he was like about 4 years old. He used to come up in the tower way back when he was just a little fella. I've known this kid his whole life, it seems. Racing at the Street Legals and the Junior Street program. Pretty proud of that kid. That's so cool. So we're wrapping up Sport Compact class. We're going to get Douglas Kavas and Junior Street to make a pass, and then we're going to open the lanes. So for all classes, we're going to run the lanes wide open for you. So make as many runs as you can, but please remember the return road, the speed limit is 15 kilometers an hour. 10 miles per hour on the return road. Don't be racing back along the return road. You've already had many runs tonight, so let's not cheat on anything. Let's keep it cool. Keep your speed low on the return road, but all classes, the lanes are open. Open class call for all classes. Outlaw, motorcycle, diesel, Junior Street, motorcycle, all classes. Open class call for you. Head your way to the lanes. Make as many runs as you can before 10 o'clock tonight. But remember the speed limit everywhere, please. The pits, the return road, everywhere. Keep your speed low, except on the track. All classes, open class call for open staging. Make your way to the lanes. Make as many runs as you can between now and 10 o'clock. Rowan ran 10:98, and Sean goes 11:55. So open class call for all classes of racers that would like to make more runs between now and 10 o'clock. The lanes are open. How many rotations did we get tonight? 12 rotations for $50. You sure got your money's worth tonight. We aim to try to get 10 passes on a Friday night. And with a larger car count and anything happening on the track, that's a stretch. So tonight, 12 runs and open lanes. Definitely getting your money's worth. Open class call. All racers that'd like to make some runs tonight, the lanes are open for you. Make your way to the lanes. Make as many runs as you can between now and 10 o'clock. But please remember the speed limit on the return road. Stay low for speed on the return road. If they see you racing along the return road, they'll just send you home. What a fun night. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Tony Brandt, 10:29. And 14:28 for the vehicle on the spectator side of the racetrack. So we'll just let the cars go on their own. We're not going to get much data when we have open class staging. So just have fun. Enjoy yourselves. We'll see you back tomorrow. We'll see you back next weekend. We'll see you back August 5th, and we'll see you back August 7th. Lots of racing coming your way. Check out the schedule online. Well, the lanes remain open. We got 10 minutes left for hot lapping. But please remember to keep your speed low on the return road. And all the rules imposed upon you by tech still apply. Play by the rules. We're racing till 10 o'clock. And I just spotted one of the quick diesels coming up. Race fans, get ready. The diesel truck. Up next. And here all weekend long as well. Check it out tomorrow. It's going to be fun. We'll see you later, Doug. Thanks for hanging out tonight. You guys rocked. All right, folks, the lanes are closed. We got cars in the lanes now to bring us to 10 o'clock. So if you're not in the lanes, you can make it. Last car. You got it. Snuck through. All right, the lanes are now closed as we run out the remaining vehicles to bring us to 10 o'clock. Thanks to everybody for being here tonight. It's awesome having you here with us. Look forward to having you back every single time we're drag racing. If you're listening on Lordco TV, make sure to smash that like button one last time before you shut us off. Look forward to watching or having you watch us again next time. Every event here at Mission Raceway Park is put out over Lordco TV. That's so cool. So thanks to all the race fans for being here with us tonight. We're wrapping it up with just the last remaining cars in the lanes. And if you're not in the lanes are closed. The lanes are closed. Thank you very much. And my name is Rock, and I really appreciate being here with you folks tonight. And we'll see you real soon.
I'm gonna start turning cars away here soon.
I've told them that the lanes are closed, so just the remaining cars in the lanes only. What a great night. Thanks again to all the staff, the safety crew, for everybody that makes this place happen, all the sponsors, all the fans, and all the racers. It's been a great night. It's fun hanging out with you. So rocking the tower, saying, take care, everybody. Drive safe going home. And we'll call you later. Take care.